Oh boy, let's see how long I can stay alive with this. Is it even showing up? Oh my god, no. Why? That's a good start. Oh god. Okay. Let's see how well this will work. Oh, thank god. There we go. Yeah, we have nothing here aside from the candles that I always blow out. Hey! I'm trying to find a time when most of you guys can actually kind of make it. But it's still kind of difficult because I'm also with school and stuff, so yeah, welcome at least. Oh god. The wagon has hit a snag descending the black crags. Its wheel is stuck and Yoda's not pleased. Of course Yoda's not pleased. Yeah, they really are. First that blasted little bird, now this. Yoda, be nice, please. Though you lack Yoda's raw strength, you join in as she attempts to dislodge the wagon. Dude. At last, with a roar and a heave, she forces the wagon back onto solid ground. That's pretty cool. May this sandalwood be worth all of the hassle. I hope so too. Thank you, Yoda. I'm guessing sandalwood doesn't like to be kept waiting. Oh, come on. Oh, he's very patient on the contrary. That's... I'm actually doing pretty good. I'm really happy I can just go and stream again. So, yeah. I think your day just started, didn't it? Didn't it? Talking difficult. Nada, let's move on. Of course, Yoda just wants to go on. Soon the wagon is prepared to press onwards down the jagged slopes towards Waking Wood. Your companions who explored ahead advise on which of the forked paths is best. Oh boy. Oh, it's nighttime. I am good with time zone. Yeah, I'm really good with time zones. I'm like, is that behind? That's like, you live in the future for me. Like a solid 4, 5 hours? Yeah, 5 hours. Oh god. She can get a talisman there. Yeah, they really are annoying. Can we just have, like, none? It's gonna be wild. um. Ooh. Ooh. No. Ah, damn it. I thought they would have flying cars already. I have been pleasing my waifus with their pics, so I'm gonna do that. I almost feel ashamed to admit that, but she is cool. She is really cool, and I love her. Having gone the route, Pamitha recommended she directs you towards a particular crag, no more conspicuous than any other. I'm all for the waifus in this game. She says some really good ones. They clip our wings before they cast us down, you know. But just the same, we learn to flit. Flit around? We learn to flit around a bit. Just watch. Pamitha swoops up to a nearby peak and disappears behind it. Oh! She does not keep you waiting long and returns bearing an item of some sort. I'm still not over it. She calls me darling. Pamitha is just really adorable and she just calls you darling and I love her. For you, darling, we high wing remnants. Oh yeah. Stash away such things for such occasions. Ooh. What? Talisman. After bearer banishes an adversary, spawn a moondrop which briefly grants infinite stamina. Stamina. That's cool. As fairies presumably do not exist, it's likely they came to no harm in its creation. That's really cool. There is one of them who kind of had forgotten her name, and you kind of can partially name her. Like you can pick the first letter of her name because it rhymes with Gray, and I called her Bay because she's adorable. Having passed beyond the black crags, your wagon arrives at the edge of Waking Wood. It is here that Sandalwood is to be expecting you. However, there is no one around. Most puzzling, he ought to have met us here. You said he would find us himself. Don't judge me for calling someone Bay. Don't, she is adorable. I hope she is some in this stream still pops up. Because she is really, she's cute. He was to find us at the edge of these woods. Okay. We supposed to keep waiting for it? He would desire for the stars to be your guide as always, the rides beckon. And the rides take precedence? I don't know. Take that word above all else. I don't know my words. Surely he shall find us yet. Not yet. I hope you never judge me. Then let's keep moving. How do we get through these woods? The lone minstrel notes two possible paths forward from this point, though caution that the woods are difficult to navigate and Sandalwood would have known the most expedient? Probably just most efficient, kind of. Words. Oh, unknown area. It's all unknown. Okay, a small clearing east of Glade of Lou. Okay, and this is. I'm curious. It's probably not really a good choice, but Sandalwood has led a long life, compared with any of you at least. In the latest years of his exile, he became rather re- reclusive. For 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 different reasons, multiple reasons. I feel so bad. He shall no doubt explain. Okay. Why this game? Um, a friend of mine was like, "You will like this," mainly because he knows I'm really um, a massive weeb is one, but I really like waifus. So he was like, "Well, there are some really good ones in here. Go play it." And the story is also pretty good for what I have found up until now. And the gameplay is not too difficult. Okay. They are good. I'm literally just saying to shitty to the images on my screen whilst live, waifu, and whatever what. People just roll with it, I guess. So that's why this game. Uh, oh boy, more reading. Let's see. Stop making fun of me. I'm trying. We found some. I'm trying. Oh god. I am a useless guy. Really, really useless. I'm also really bad at reading and words. It's difficult. Is it Solans? Solace? I don't know. Solace? A word. He found some solace here in these woods, though I fear I cannot locate his residence without him. Boy. Unfortunate, Unfortunately, you find no trace of Sandalwood, and without him there to guide you, you remain quite lost. Damn it. The woods seem to have encroached. Okay. I'm learning words here. It's really helpful, actually. There is no path forwards, while neither of the paths leading backwards appear to match the route you took to this point. Mm-hmm. So I have to pick things now. Ooh, these are Bay. There we go. Bay. Bay seems drawn to this location for some reason. But Tizo. No, we're going for Bay because then we probably get to see Bay. It's okay. I really appreciate any kind of like help with words because I don't speak English that often. So I more read it, so I don't know how to pronounce words. I know them. I know what they mean most of the time. So thank you for helping. The woods are so disorientating at this point that you decide to break for camp and survey the surroundings for any clues Perhaps later there shall be time to pursue your vocations. Okay. The Beyond the Crystal Seeks. Oh. Oh. But there's no bay. Okay, so here's another waifu. Her name is Sandra. She is good. She is slightly evil, for what I know. And I like her. You have returned, have you? What is it you require? Let's do a trial, because apparently... you have Yoda, Sandra, Bay, Pamitha. Like those 4 are in there up until now. Those are the waifus, and then you have the cute little imp, Diesel, and he's really adorable. Too many waifus. Very well, let us consider how among those idiots... Who? Not how. Who? Among those idiots is word of my limitless. So... Yoda. That surly demon, is it? She could stand to lighten up, though I fear that is not a secret I can teach, but let us bring her forth regardless. She is like... She is the buff waifu, just like Zarya. I will always compare her with Zarya now, like, always. What is the meaning of this, reader? And then, woof, we disappear. Oh, that would be awesome. It would also be hell. What's the meaning of this, reader? Where are the others? Oh, and there is Sandra. Welcome to my humble home, demon. You are good at taking orders, no? Ooh, state your purpose quickly. Wraith? Something like that. My purpose is to put you to the test. You may be fearsome to behold, but you are old and slow. Your weakness perhaps outweigh your strengths, though I sorely wish to see you and your lovely reader prove me wrong. Words are difficult. Old, she says. Very well then, reader. Let us show her whether she is right. Am I? Oh no. Oh no. Oh god. That went really bad. No. Oof. Damn it. I mean, the plus point of this really full on is I mean, the plus point of this whole thing is it doesn't matter if you win or lose. You can literally just You can lose and the story will still continue. No! Damn it. I want to do good at this. No. I'm so bad with this because I only have Yoda. Oh no! Damn it! It's so annoying. No! 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 So close. So close. I literally have to score one more time and then we're done. Just once. No! I'm so close and I keep losing. There we go. I can do it. It's... Are you satisfied now? Right? Words. I had it. Wraith. Wraith. Yeah, good enough. Good enough. I am never satisfied, demon. However, your performance was sufficient. And you passed my test. We did it. Wrath. See, I know it. I'm just terrible. Thus, congratulations are in order to you and to your lovely reader. There are too many people calling me lovely and darling, and I don't know what to do with it. Now farewell, goodbye. Yeah, we got... That was a strange experience. What do you have there, reader? Oh, yes. Let's see what it does. Because this gives... Oh, this is... That's really helpful. Roller hour faster and faster than usual. Plus 15%. That is helpful, and I want that. What does this one do again? Yeah. Okay. Doggo. Bay. The waifu. I love her. Diesel. My favorite little imp. Sir Gilman. Oh my god. No, don't leave. You can stay. Oh, I can give her more hope. No, I'm gonna give her the fairies. Oh, no hope. Oh my god. So I have 3 waifus in like my gang. Pamita, Bay, and Jodariel. But I call her Yoda. Let's check my book. So, ooh, yes. River. Okay. So let's see. Bay. He was here. He was here, and you are here, waifu. You mean sandalwood? If I may ask, how can you be so certain? I think from this. I think from this. It says something. I don't know what it says, but I feel like it has to mean something. She is just so innocent and cute. Doesn't know anything. Okay. Babe produces a small strip of bark she found in the ashes. At first it seems like nothing of interest, until you see a message. The message, yeah, carved onto the inside. Okay. Bark strip, it must mean something. And I can trade it. I want money from it. So it's some kind of message from this sandalwood guy. Seems that way. Which way to Cinderroot? Clearing south of the glade. Oh yeah. It's due west. Perhaps we can set forward early tomorrow when the woods are still. Yeah, sounds good. Everyone rest up. Big day coming up. I wanna go. Yes, let's go mentor Doggo. Sure, Cham. I could go for some enlightenment. Enlightenment? Yeah, right about now. Might take the edge off. I really should learn how to read. You and Ruki spent some time reviewing some of the specific aspects of the rites, such as the properties of the aura. You sense he gained something from it. Oof. Yes. Faster, stronger, and a little better looking too. I mean, is there anything I can't handle? A birdie. What was it again? After you finish it by an adversary, Rookie has a 50% chance to return in 1 second. Did I want this one? I want this one. I think I get it. Just don't test me on it in the morning, chum. It's pretty good. I believe in it. Is someone here? I can just tap on things. I shall not ring the bell again. Okay, so Cinderroot. We arrive on the outskirts of Cinderroot, but once again the informant Sandalwood is nowhere to be found. You sense the hopes of your companions waning as you search through the area. Yields nothing. Then something startles the little imp Tizo. Tizo! Tizo seems to be crying out in surprise. He has spotted something or someone. My little Tizo. A tall figure strides forward from the trees, making a sound like laughter. The imp charges towards him and leaps right into the figure's arms. Ah, they embrace. Ooh, wooden man. Hail Tizo. All hail Tizo. But you look famished? Famished? Here, take something. I wanted to call him an ant, but apparently it's a sap. A tree-like creature known for their ingenuity. I lost the word, I don't know it anymore. The tall sap produces something that the imp swallows immediately and with great pleasure. The lone minstrel nods his head in affirmation. Words. Everyone, I wish to introduce you to my client, Wolfred Sandalwood. Should have seen it coming that he was a tree. He's a lone minstrel's client, headwind's informant, and leader of the Nightwings. And he's a tree. It has been too long, Wolfred, sir. Yeah. Too long indeed, Tariq. I trust your new companions bring some color to your days. They do, sir. I think that you shall find them worthy of the Nightwings. The sap looks upon the lot of you. You cannot sense his thoughts. That's weird. Normally I can. We shall see. I'm jealous. Look at those green lips. Then he turns to you. You must be the reader. I'm certain that we all appreciate your efforts here, my boy, though we shall manage on our own from here on out. What? What? Is this dude just sending me off? You are welcome to continue on with us, of course, though you are free to go. I trust you have been adequately compensated for your time. Thanks as well for looking after my books. You consider what to say to all of this. Because this is weird. Can I actually... I can actually leave. This cannot be happening. To have come this far only to be brushed aside by some strange sap. Bid everyone farewell as the leader of the Nightwings has returned. You can tell when you are no longer wanted. You have been assured your freedom. You categorically refuse to be cast aside so easily. I've been casted aside already. That's why I'm freaking down here with everyone. I wanna stay. Fight me. You ant. I'm not even gonna call you sap. Although I can change sap instead as plant, so it kind of works. You stand your ground, meeting Wilfred's steady gaze, and assert to him that you do not feel your commitment. And assert to him that you do not feel your commitments to and from this group have yet been satisfied. Okay. Hadwin, please be nice. Hold on. Wolford, sir, I'm Hadwin. My companions and I are the ones who answered your call. We followed the signs you left for us. Now we're here, thanks to you, and also to this reader. Not just a reader, he is our friend, my friend. Oh, Hadwin! Thank you. He's not disposable. We made him a promise and our freedoms are now intertwined. Yes. I'm staying with the waifus. Wolfred smirks at this. Freedom's not something to be traded or exchanged, my boy. I would hope that you would have come to grasp this much by now. Yeah, but we just want to help each other. He breathes a sigh. Boy. It seems we've started off on the wrong foot. It's not my wish to sour the occasion. Sour? To sour the occasion, for there's much to do. Yes. You have a ride you need to get to, do you not? I'll come along, though shall not interfere, for it seems you have kinship with this reader of yours. Now then, Tariq. Hey, Wolfred, sir. Stop saying sir to him. You don't say sir to me. Come, let's have a chat. Of course. Wolfred strides towards the black wagon, which must have belonged to him. You sense many conflicting emotions among your companions. Because I want to stay. Welcome aboard, though you're being really rude to me. I'm not really liking you either. Your wagon cuts through a clearing to arrive at the glade of Lugh, where the stars directed you. Wolfred nods his approval but leaves everyone to their devices. Page revealed the demon. Ooh. I'm just gonna ignore you for a moment. The demon. Okay. In the words of Golathanian, wow, the Master General. Okay. Emperor Scarsley? Could I recognize him? I don't know, barely could I recognize him when at last I found him. I'm really good at reading, trust me. A half-starved animal, horns sprouted from his head. A bestial mirror of his blackened reputation. Yeah. And I, a man who conquered countries, feared my emperor, then in such a way as I had never known. My charge had been to slay this man, but when I discovered him, he was already fighting for his life. The little imp, how proved of little help against the Sisters of the Arch, whose entire lives were culminating in this instant. I was unable to watch. My heart ached with such pity for the man, and for the love I felt for him when I had served him, that I sprang to his defense. Oh, oh, okay. I'm just reading your books. As you approach Sandalwood, you feel very much aware that you risk reside within his black wagon than he is in yours. He studies you in silence for a time. Then, Tariq, if you have a moment, you better. Yes, you sap. I don't want to call him by his name until he proves he's actually nice. What is it? This reader, you deem him worthy by your estimation? The lone minstrel tilts his head in your direction. If you wish my own estimation, sir, then I do. Of course, it's not entirely for me to say, but I've seen this reader integrating with the others well. I believe that his achievements are self-evident in having reached Black Basin. Your instructions were deliberately difficult to follow, yet he and the others followed them. Indeed, your words make sense as ever, Tariq. And what does little Tisa think of him? You better like me. Diesel, my baby. Oh, that sounds positive. Diesel indicates that as a matter of fact he is happy to have you around. Oh, my little baby. There you have it, sir. I see. He continues to examine you. High praise isn't oft spoken by those two, my boy. Nonetheless, I shall be watching you. Now pardon us, Tariq and I have matters to discuss. They leave without another word, although you think you notice the lone minstrel look your way over his shoulder. Well, he doesn't like me. What is it, reader? I just want to ask what's on your mind. Let me ask you something, lovely reader. Have you any idea for how long I've been imprisoned here? I guess 1,000? Then you guess that Sandra could have been in her current state of exile since well before the dawn of the current age. At first she shows no indication that she even heard you. Close. Oh, soon enough shall be getting there. Now I wonder that if you pick like 100, if she says the same. Or if she laughs at you. I want to know. I'm kind of curious. I've been imprisoned thus for 837. Oh my god. Never mind. It's probably gonna be her laughing. 837 years. Girl, you're looking good for that age. According to my count at least, it's possible I've lost track. Although, given my state, I can assure you that I have had ample time to verify my arithmetic thing. She goes silent for a time. Oh, that's okay, user. Use. Wow. I wasn't really expecting people to stay because I'm probably gonna stream like for multiple hours. Life has a thing, you know. Um. God damn it. Use it. Okay. Well, I mean, she has been exiled for 837 years. She is looking really good for that. Let me give you some advice. Okay. If you decide to kill the Emperor, make sure you achieve what you set out to do. I expected my own death, regardless of the outcome of my task. I was not expecting this, certainly not to be telling you about it 837 years later, or however long that it has been. Although enough of that for now, let us get back to business. Aww. Bye bye. Farewell for now then, reader. Oh, bye bye. Do I have stuff to sell? Hey you guys, you know, I guess I didn't get the word out about this new franchise which we opened here just now, so give you a great deal, just tell your friends, okay? Oh, and hey there, Mr. Sandalwood. Why does the sap knows him? Ooh, what's that? Once per ride, if the barrel power is extinguished, it gets restored by... oh. It's been a shame. I'm gonna hold on to that one for a while longer. You're leaving so soon, guys. I'm sorry. I want to go do the ride. You and your fellow exiles arrived at the sacred site called Glade of Lu, and now look to the stars in the sky to signal the beginning of the next ride. The woods about you bring a sense of tranquility you have not felt in some time. But then you notice one of the trees move. It shuffles towards you and regards you with an exaggerated bow. Okay. Well, goodness, by the roots of loose Chlorian. Good night. You should get some really good sleep. Think about all the waifus in Pyre. Thanks for stopping by. Gale with those waifus. Yes. Oh god. Bye bye. Okay. Well, goodness, by the roots of loose Chlorium, it would appear the rumors are correct. The Nightwings have returned. Oh, but where are my manners? One moment. The sap claws at his mask with his wispy fingers. Much better. Oh, that hair though. Manly tender stuff. He's a sycophant who seems certain he will land a position of high stand once he's free. Okay. At your service, perhaps you've heard of me. I have not, Manly. My fellows and myself, you perhaps know us as the Chastity? Chastity. I shouldn't laugh. Okay, we soon shall stand against you in the rights. For now, I am just whiling away the time making small talk. Now then, as I have introduced myself, your turns. To whom am I speaking? Then in your mind's eye you see Wolfred and hear his voice. Oh. Manly is not to be trusted, reveal neither yourself to him nor me. Well... Beneath her mask, Yoda stares back at him in silence. You suspect Wolfred's message may have reached every member of the group. Why now, how very rude indeed. Well, fine, ignore me. But you do so at your peril, yes. Anyhow, once this evening's ride commences, any moment now, then I'm afraid ignoring me won't be an option any longer. Oh, and now I do believe the sky is beginning to show. We'll have to chat again some other time. Now, come along, come along. Manly bows again and wanders off into a clearing as the stars begin to burn.
Once again, the stars align themselves before you, reader. And here now, at the glade of Liu, I have to say, you've come so very far. But there are those, such as your adversaries called the Chastity, who have toiled for this too.
Chastity.
They know that with their freedom comes great opportunity. It could be yours instead. Please show the Chastity that the Nightwings are superior.
Chastity. I wonder, oh honored Nightwings, how well do you know these woods? Why, these woods would strangle you, and I'm afraid I could do little to stop them, even if I tried. You might do better to beware of them. When Joda continues to ignore him, he grows upset. You ignore him, girl. Why, you insolent, then fine, let us begin the dance indeed. At least I want to talk with him, he looks creepy. He shoves his mask back on in a huff. And allow me to thank you in advance for helping me return onto my proper station in the Commonwealth. Yeah, nasty. I want to win this now just to shut you up.
Who shall conduct the rite?
I really like her. Yoda. Oh, come on. Tizo and Bay.
Tizo. Bay. It is done.
I don't think that I like that Mandy very much, because he keeps saying that we're rude, but I think that we're nice. Yes, you are. Are you quite ready? Finally, oh Nightwings. May all those masks of yours ensure no harm should come to any of your lovely countenance? Now come along, come along. Let's give the stars a show. Boy. May I present to you Humboldt Manley Jr. Why, he is every bit my equal and is poised to guarantee the Tinder staff line shall have a bright future. And he goes on and on about a sapling for a while. I've had more than enough of him. Tiso is in full agreement with this course of action and is eager to make Manly shut up for a while. Now, isn't he just the most precious thing you've ever seen, The sapling is nothing more but an extension of Manly. If he is banished, the sapling should cease to trouble you as well. Good to know.
Manly and his offspring hold no small degree of influence within the Commonwealth, reader. There are many who would welcome his return, though none so much as he himself.
Oh no.
A flame is stricken.
Let's go. Oh, what's this? It seems the woods themselves are closing in upon our little... whatever that was. Oh, do be careful now. These grasping roots and vines, they may not hold you in such high esteem as I. You nasty!
Your adversary Manly is comfortable in this suffocating glade. Yet he longs now for the comfort of his Commonwealth estate. Perhaps such wealth ought to be reserved instead for you. Manly banished. The chastity banished to the last.
Boy. Oh dear, the woods are closing in, uncomfortably close at that. Whatever shall we do? Perhaps if you just stand aside a while, we could put an end to this. That much sooner. You nasty! I really don't like him.
Ferocity unbridled. Yes.
Say, have any of you noticed how it's feeling rather crowded out here? Almost as if the 100 minds. Yes, himself resents you being here. Yes, I rather think that's it. So cease with all your scurrying about with that damned orb and let me handle this. Dude. Try me. Oh no. Damn it! Oh no. Wait, where did Bay go?
They simply threw it in.
Yeah, you find that weird? No, there she is. Oh, damn it.
Glory to the scribe.
Yes. We're getting there. Alright, you Nightwings, I've headed up to here with you, or perhaps I've simply headed up to here with all of these encroaching plants, these miserable things. Either way, I don't appreciate how you are ignoring me. This is difficult.
How sad for Manly. And it is done. Fine, yes, the Nightwings did prevail.
Oh god,
Their
yes.
adversaries proved no match for them.
We're winning with the waifus.
The right is complete.
Good, that imbecile was sap, so much talk in hot air. Tiso is fired up at having prevailed against Manly and the chastities. Chastity. I knew we could prevail, though. Mr. Tinderstaff there, I think he's really upset now. Well, my. Oh, worry not, oh Nightwings. I'm not angry with you, honestly. But I'm very, 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 very disappointed. I thought perhaps that we had something going here between us. You scratch my back, I scratch yours and all. Instead, however, you decided to spit in my face, and you deserved it. Fine, we'll have to see where all your rudeness gets you. Now, ta-ta!
Always is there greater knowledge to be gained.
Oh god, yes. Utter nonsense, all of this. What we have come this far, that we have come this far. Fortune alone cannot be the cause.
Until the stars align.
That was well done, my boy. I am beginning to see why your companions vouched for you. Don't let it go to your head, of course. I was trying really hard, you stupid ass plants. Oh god. Okay. Whew. After vanquishing the chastity with ease, you return to your wagon to consider your next move. I just want to continue saying chastity. Because why not? An adequate performance back there. Adequate? Yes, adequate. For the next part of our plan, go. Have your reader there consult the stars. See where they take you next. I'll give you a hint. It's for the north. It's going to be up high. It's going to be high up. Wow. Okay. That's rude. Okay, there you go. Let's just throw that one in there. Did this knight hear you say high up? Yeah, he did. And it's going to be cold. I don't like the cold. We will see. Come on, my friend. Let's have a look outside then. That planet Volfred mentioned. I just want you to know I don't know what he means. We're here because we're going to be free again. We won't be living out our days as exiles. That's the plan, as far as I'm concerned. But there's always a catch, right? We'll see what Wolfred has to say. I keep saying wolf, as in wolf. Wolfred, but it's Volfred. Stupid. Anyway, I'll leave you to it. No matter what, we're getting closer, thanks to you. Why do I not have my stuff? Oh god, I just noticed something. That's awkward. Oopsie. I didn't have my stuff on top of it, but nothing has happened, so it doesn't really matter. Once more you look towards the heavens. Seek now your destination. I completely forgot that I... Oh, what the hell is that? Solium the Golden Star. Oh, I guess we have to go there. It's a book. Is that the last thing? Wait, am I... Is there more on top of that, or is that everything? Like, I've been playing this game for 8 hours? Is this all? So now you see it for yourself. You are summoned to the north, where looms Mount Elodil. The sacred mountains on whose summit the rites were first conceived. Oh, and at the very top, the fall of Solium. You confirm the stars indicated this exactly. Wolfred, sir, how did you know? Wolfred smiles back at him, but you sense his thoughts, as though he's directing them at you.
I too can read, my boy.
Ooh, I already guessed that, because you wanted to take my fucking spot. You're nasty.
Forbidden though the words may be.
Yes. That's funny, because he actually says it out loud. That's actually voice acted, that's really nice, so I don't have to read it for you guys. He turns back to Hedwyn. Your reader's skills, while rare, are not unique, but as I said, I'll let him do the job. I see that you have something special going here, which benefits the plan. Stop talking about your plan, unless you tell me. What plan? I thought this was about our freedom. Oh, fear not, my boy, it is indeed. Plenty of time to tell you all about it on the way. For now, however, you look like you can use some rest, and for that matter, so can I, if you will excuse me. You sense your companions are exhausted from their recent travels. Given the road ahead, you agree it would be best to take the night to recover as much as possible. Okay, but she doesn't have anything. Damn it. Yeah, I know where to find you. Okay, continue your journey. At dawn, Wolfred is already up. He reveals to you a pathway through the woods into the cold lands to the north, beyond which lies your next destination. Is it my final destination though? Or is it just the next? I'm getting really curious. Really, really curious. Chlorian shore. We're sailing again. Are we gonna sail again? I don't want to sail again. You get clear of the wood. You get clear of the woods at last, and arrive in lands grown cold in the shadow of Mount Elodil. You will have to make it all the way to the top. Yeah, boy. In a moment of respite, Wolfred calls everyone together to discuss matters pertaining to the rites and the plan to which he alluded. You banded together with a common faith that freedom from the downside is not impossible, am I correct? But let me ask you something. What does freedom even mean to you? Hello, welcome. I don't like this dude. He's weird. He looks in your direction as he asks, defying you to answer. You cannot sense his own thoughts on the subject and only know the truth on how you feel. Oh god. Freedom means not being forced into responding to such question. Freedom is just another empty goal to chase, to give one's life a false sense of meaning. Freedom means living life without concern for others' judgment or approval. Freedom means not having one's strongest feelings and emotions repressed or rebuffed. Going where you please. Freedom means being able to go where the heart yearns, without restriction and without fear. Freedom means answering to no one's will other than your own. Freedom means having a clear conscience and a carefree heart. Freedom means being able to make decisions on your own terms. Dick move. I'm just gonna remain silent. I don't know. I don't know. I want to be a little bit sassy, just a tiny bit. Your thoughts on freedom are your own. You hold Wolfred's gaze, but do not answer him. You feel the tension growing, but at last he breaks the silence on his own. So, freedom means you can define me. Is that it? Well, I suppose it does. Or perhaps you haven't spared the subject any real thoughts. Any real thoughts, not thoughts, boy. Or don't know what you think. I wish to hear. No matter, I posed a question to get you to think. He then turns his attention to the whole group. Now let me tell you all what freedom means to me. Freedom means to live life without fear, to be able to indulge one's curiosity and passions, at least the ones that can cause no harm to others, without the constant threat of judgment and reprisal. Yes, I want to know how far I am, because I really have no idea. You know the answer. Like, you can just say, like, oh, maybe like 80%, or maybe I'm at 60. I don't know. I want to know. Freedom means not being made a criminal for what you know, or whom you love, what you choose to think or not think. Okay. Because I was really hoping I wasn't really that far yet, because I'm really liking the game. So 40-50%, that's good enough. Halfway there. He looks out towards the distant mountains. Within the next few days, your time in exile could come to an end. You could see the Commonwealth once more, and you would be exiled. What? And you would be exalted there, giving the highest honor, the opposite of how you got here. But you would not be truly free, I think. At the least, you would become complicit to an ancient system that would deign to cast down others such as you. I don't know what that weird word was. I don't know. It's a system whose well-intended founding principles have long been lost, and the aged scribes, if they are out there still, have made quite clear they shall not intervene firsthand. That is where you come in. He turns to you and everyone again, looking to each of you. Okay. Long have I wished to gather such a group, that together you might see that seeking freedom only for yourselves is too modest of a goal. You share a higher calling now. Maybe. The plan then is this. We free each other from the downside through the rites. Then we meet up On the other side, we organize. Each new moon at dusk, we join together at the Spiral Sanctum. The old capital. Oh, okay. We need as many of us there as possible. My agents on the other side shall explain the rest. You're plotting a revolt. Just so. I'm asking a lot. Do have other options. The seed, however, is not one of them. The reader and myself, you know by now that we can see through it. But you need not be part of this. Nor is it my interest to... What? However that is. Forcing? Is that pretty much just forcing? You may go your own way, if you wish. Live out your remaining days here, like so many others. So if anyone amongst you prefers that, if you cannot see yourself continuing to strive together in the Commonwealth, as you are doing here, then speak now. Volfred pauses for a time, examining each member of the group. No one stirs. Very good. Some of you consider yourselves friends, some others not, but all of you are bound together through the rites and are integral to... It looks so weird. Remember that. You seek true freedom. You will not find it waiting for you in the Commonwealth, but together you can bring it about, both for yourselves and others. That's my promise. Then he lets out a long breath. Boy! That's it. I ask you all to think of this, and let's reconvene along our journey to the summit. Boy. Volfred turns towards the mountains, leaving you to consider what he said, and plotted the wagon's northward path. Words. The mirror path. Herb. That was a door. Before any of you ask what the hell that was. Let's go there. Beyond lies Mount Alodil. I suggest we make camp here at the base of the mountain, for we shall need our spirits and our strengths to make the ascent. Sure thing, boy. Ooh, she's looking for Bay. My lovely reader comes to me again. To what do I owe the pleasure? Request of her scribe trial. Bay. She is one of the waifus, one of the many waifus. Let's summon Bay. Yes. I must admit I do sense something from that one. I once had a wild heart myself, quite like her own. We shall see if there is more to her than that. Let us bring her forth. You know what the fun thing is, though? A while ago, when the first time this stream, I kind of like summoned her. I was like, she's looking really good for her age, because she's been like in that ball for 837 years, and I was like, she's looking really good for that age. Would still bang. So just so you know, that already happens. We agreed on this already. Soon Bay arrives in heat of the summons. The scribes, I think that if I listen carefully that I can hear them calling out to me. Girl, you are smart. Let's do this. Bay meets Bay. The apparition of Sandra appears and unfastens her mask. Listen well, girl. The place where you reside at present has but a single rule, which is you answer to me here. Wow. Indeed, babe. Wow. Okay, I will. You better. Such naive enthusiasm. Now be silent. It is plain to me that you have much to learn as yet about the rites, but you have learned something, and I would see you prove it without the benefit of anyone, save for your reader. Oh boy, let's do this. Like, I had one with Yoda, and that was really difficult to do. Like, really, really difficult. Okay. Are you out there to help me with this, mister? Yes, I am. Don't worry. So. There we go. We're starting it. Yeah, boy. Oh no. Done. This one was easy. Why was this one so easy? Okay, how did I do? How did I do? Boy, on a bee, you did good. I must admit that you did better than I had expected, girl. Girl, you have passed this trial of yours. Yeah. Some congratulations are in order to you. And also to your lovely reader. Now farewell. Yeah, I noticed that. Because the one... Oh god. The one from Yoda was so difficult. I really was like, I can't do this. And then I still did it good. Yeah, boy. Did I mention all of that, mister? Because I hope I didn't. Wow. Wow. What is that you have there? Hey. What does it do? What? That is so awesome. Excuse you. Goodbye. That one is so helpful. So there's no one in here. Oh yeah. There you are, my boy. There was something which I wanted to discuss with you in private. Well, Wolfred stares at you rather intently, as if reaching out to you. And then... Oh my god, is it really that? If it's really that OP, I'm probably gonna laugh. Especially since I'm playing on easiest. So, yeah. You do know what it means to be a reader. Those such as we're not limited to reading pages from a book. Though your ability in this, I sense, is nascent, still mere flesh is uncontrollable. I see as well now that they haven't told you yet, your friends. That explains a lot. Oh, I can't go free? Okay. They haven't told you readers such as you cannot go free. I had wondered why you would insist on pressing onward with this group. In light of this, the answer then was plain. You simply did not know or fully realize. I don't care. They did not deceive you, by the way. There is no reason they would know themselves other than Tariq, who shall not influence your thinking in such matters. I just don't really care about Comfrey. Better, I had expected when at first we met that you already knew the truth from having read the passage in the Book of Rites, which states it plain. Yeah, I saw that. Only those who shall conduct the rites at first hand shall walk the path towards enlightenment and become eligible to regain their freedom. Perhaps you have not gotten to that part just yet. Wolfert breaks free from you and looks at you again, then he speaks to you as normal. It is plain that you are not not in adequate condition to conduct the rites, and this group values you as reader. I wish only to ensure you understand what you are getting into here. Despite whatever hopes and dreams and promises might have been shared, I do not think the rites can help you to return, if that is what you had in mind. Hmm. So once again, I invite you to the part, and I will see to it that you are compensated. Do not misunderstand. If it is your wish to remain, then you are welcome. But this journey we are on is not, it has no guarantees, not for you, nor any one of us. Okay. Do you understand? Yeah, now I want to stay. I know. You understand the words of warning, yet just the same you choose to carry on. There is more that you wish to achieve on this journey than freedom for yourself. I want to help my friends and my waifus. I admire that, my boy, then very well. I know that we have much at stake here in this anyway, much more than just a shot at going back into that Commonwealth, which cast us down here to begin with. It sounds like you intend to stick around. Then we'll have lots more time to chat as we ascend the sacred mountain in the coming days. Until then, he strides out of the wagon, then leaving you with your thoughts. Bitch. On the proof, waifu. What? What? A boy! Pamita messages you with her bottle of moonshine. This has never happened to me, and I've been tapping on everything. Drink up by all means, darling. I cannot stop reading that as like the darling from House Zero Two says it. It's so annoying. Nice to find a boy after my own heart. Get some gay for you. She moves in closer and lowers her voice. Oh boy, let me tell you a little secret. That bottle there, it's enchanted. Never runs dry. Ever. Boy. Believe me, if it could, I would have known by now. Oh. Oh god. Apparently was some spurned old book cron, yeah, that once tried and tried to make a never-ending poison, but kept failing utterly till she threw away her life's work in disgust. I fetched a good price for it, and decided to take a swing one day while on the hunt for Tamita, when things weren't going quite as well for me as they are now. You understand. Turns out that stuff is pretty good. Consider it for sharing, darling. Just everything in moderation and so on. Girl. She takes a drink herself as she brushes by you. So if I... Damn it! Music. Damn it. Nothing for now. Damn it. Trimming her horns? Okay. Earlier, Wolfred called for a group meeting, presumably to reveal his plan in more detail. Instead, he reveals some bad news. Oh god. Wait, what are you saying? What I'm saying, my boy, is that while you can indeed get yourself out of here, it can't be all of you at once. We earn our way back one by one. Or not at all. But I swore that we would go free together. We may go free together yet, but it's going to take time. This is only the first phase. You, Hedwin, and the others exchange glances. Girl, that is just mean. He's coming with more bad news every freaking moment. Let me make this plainer for you still. Here is how the coming days are going to unfold. First, we are going to ascend the Mount Alodil, there to get north. You may not think this wagon's fit for it, though rest assured, it's made the journey many times. Next, we'll pass through Scribe's Gate. Only the worthy pass through there, as your reader could attest. If he did not merely skim that chapter of the book, I might have. Afterwards, we'll reach the Fall of Solium and meet our adversaries in the rites. They are to be the Tempers. Oh, led by the demon Ignarius. You know him when you see him. Both you and they shall choose someone from your respective rank. Then, once we of the triumvirates prevail, there somebody will be whisked home to the Commonwealth. Whisked home to the Commonwealth? Precisely. Once returned, or somebody's taken in and clothed, and fully pardoned. The Commonwealth knows about all this, the same Commonwealth that says a sentence into exile is forever, and freedom from the downside is impossible. Many of these details the scribes themselves wish to be kept secret. Former exiles and the leader of the Commonwealth alike have good incentive to protect those secrets well. So then that's it. We climb the mountain, someone goes back, and everyone else stays. For most of those participating in the rites, yes, that's it. But I like your connotation, and indeed for us that isn't it at all. If one of us returns, it shall be just a step along our path. However, let's let that sit for now. Gather your strength. We'll talk again on our way up. Wolfred leaves the rest of you to consider what he said. You now have time for your vocations. At dawn you shall begin your ascent of Mount Alodil. Ooh. Okay. I really like how she's just... I just want to get drunk. Okay, let's continue. Yes. Here before you lies Mount Aludil, stretching far beyond your line of sight. Somewhere upon this mountain lays the only place from which you can escape the downside. That's good to know. Okay, wait, give me a moment. I have to do something. Okay. Is it still being rude? No, it's live again. Okay. Yes. So let me just do this for fun. Look at that. Way. There we go. Nightbot should be doing that automatically, but it didn't want to do it. Something with my timer went wrong. So, hey. Anyway, let's continue. Your companions gather round again before Volfred, who stands tall as ever. Whether from the cold air or the subject now at hand, you sense a tension in the air. Now then, you all have many questions, no? I've done a lot of talking, so go on, ask away. But there's only silence. One question stands out in your mind, which you refrain from asking yet. If only one of you is to go free at first, who shall it be? Go on now, don't be shy. Who first? Questions. Of course, Yoda comes up first. Why us? Why you indeed, madam? That I can explain. You've seen the sword you stand against as adversaries in the rights. What is it that they want, do you suppose? They want their freedom back, of course. They will settle for it on the Commonwealth's own terms. They'll gain their freedom and some cushy new responsibilities. Perhaps then they'll have a hand in sending still more exiles here to join us. Think on it. The Commonwealth rose from the ashes of a fallen empire, thanks to the efforts of the first exiles who escaped this place via the rites. It is the Commonwealth's first and proudest tradition to honor those ones who lived to redeem their transgression. They have a certain wisdom, do they not? But as for you, I've been looking for a certain set of dispositions for a good length of time. All I needed was for somebody appropriate to show up and to listen. So I planted many little eyes and ears throughout this land, whispering hints of this. Absurd as it may sound, took someone with a certain faith and creativity to go for it. That someone proved to be Hedwyn over there. He was tasked with seeking two trustworthy allies, an old buried wagon, and a reader. He was invited to bring orders for the ride, all different sorts, gather enough help, and he and his friends could be free. Long story, but you know much of the rest. So then why you? Because I've reason to. Da-da-dum, da-da-dum-dum-dum. There we go. It's back, it's back, it's back. Whee! Yes. The rides, as you have seen, are quite exclusive. You are imposters in this little party. You could be the ones to break it up. Wow. Now then, more questions? Your head is beginning to spin. You can excuse yourself or keep listening. This is important. Wolfred's explanations are a lot to take in, though you feel compelled to absorb as much of what he is willing to tell you at this point. He prompts of further questions when Joda raises her voice again. Bolt, you mistook my meaning. I understand your plan. Still, I wish to know why us? Why are we, among all others, chosen for this liberation rite? Ah, I see. Well, but that is simple, really, madam. You are chosen, you are qualified, I should say, because as the expression goes, 'tis what scribes ordain. Though in this case, the expression is quite literal true. When the Eight created the rites, each one of them anointed certain other exiles to participate on their behalf. Exiles who showed some promise of redemption. Wow. The triumvirates they formed have stood the test of time, replenishing their numbers as their individuals moved on or passed on. You've met them as they are today, the accusers, the withdrawn, and so on. The 8 scribes also formed a special group against which all the others would be judged. That group they called the Nightwings. Oh, okay. You bear their books, wear their masks and raiments. You need but show up to the rites. You see, the others, erstwhile jokey for... Thank you, Streamlabs. Jokey for position for a chance to take you on. Okay, yeah, well, what if we don't? What if we don't show up? Then you would deny yourself a chance of freedom. and deny it also to take your adversaries. Victory means nothing in a common right, then. Participation is all that matters. Not so, madam. Only the enlightened may regain their freedom, while failure can be an excellent teacher. The scribes do favor the victor. So you see, those who do not conduct the rites or do not prevail in them sufficiently, they may find themselves barred from the liberation rites. But these are technicalities. See, that's the thing with the I don't really have to win because the story will continue, but I do really want to win. That's this part. The Nightwings disbanded years ago. Since then, no one has gone free. Yet still the other triumvirates pressed on with fleeting hope that one day you'll be back. It's been a heavy price to pay in all of this. Now, if you excuse me, we'll talk again some other time. You're just mean now. Yeah. Some murmur to themselves about all this as Wolfred takes his leave. Others reconnoiter their pathways leading up to the mountain and present you with some options. Emperor's Fall. The pathway on the outskirts of the mountain, Alodial, nameless lower submit. And then we have the Emperor Ascend. I kind of want to go here. For this main reason that I want to see what our Missy can find here. You joined Pamitha on her brief expedition to find anything of value dropped by those who tried to scale the mountain but did not succeed. Aww. Wait, I shall be joining you. Oh! Oh my god. Don't be so sassy. What, now I get 2 chaperones? But sure, I am game, whatever you winglets are into. Be silent, little bird, and fetch those trinkets and be done. My, so full of bitterness. I love Pamitha. You really have to make the most of these last precious moments that we share. God damn it. And you ought not to mince your words. Oh please, we all know you're going to be one of the first ones to get out here, so why not quit your constant frowning for a change? I, the first one out of here? Oh, what? Girl. Of course, it's plain the others pity you. You've been here longer than the rest of us, by far. Besides, maybe that Wolfred. Though he seems plenty happy here, making his speeches. How dare you to presume? Nothing is decided as of yet. Oh, no doubt. Though if by some coincidence you do end up selected for the honor, I just want you to know something. I truly, from the bottom of my heart, do hope we shall prevail on your behalf. You're sassy. Oh, wow. Because that way you shall be free of me at least. And I, in turn, shan't have to suffer any longer your hideous attitude towards me and everything. I love her. At that you intervene, Joda's eyes burning with fury, but then she calms herself. Ooh. I shall see you at the wagon, reader. Aww. Pamitha scoffs as Joda storms off. I swear that one. Well, moving on. There's something sparkling down there. Be right back. She swoops out of sight, leaving you alone there on the mountain. Pamitha soon returns with something that lay long forgotten in the rocks below.
Ooh.
When preparing to fling the orb, the bearer charges up, speed increases. Nice. Okay. This is second path leading to the mountain summit. Sacred waters. Oh. Yes. Let's do this. You and Hedwin walk in silence for some time as he conducts a customary survey of the area. Well, my friend, no sign of howlers, as Joda would say. No sign of anything at all. You sense something is troubling him. Of that, I've just been giving lots of thoughts to everything that Wilfred told us. In another couple of days, one of us may be gone all of a sudden. Or, I don't mean to put it that way. One of us could go free. We earn our way back one by one, as he said. I want you to know something. The others and I, we talked it over. And when the time comes, we want you to decide. Damn it, no, I don't want to decide. Decide who gets to go, if anyone. Hey, Chief Red. How are you doing? And about the game, I'm quite new to it. Or I'm slowly gaining more information about it. But they're pretty much their outcasts and they're trying to get back their freedom. And yeah, that's kind of it. I don't know. I don't know how to explain things. Oh god. That. Okay. This might all be part of Wolfred's plan. But we got here thanks to you, and even though I'm worried right now about us splitting up, I guess Wolfred has his way. All of us. We'll meet up at the other side. Weep sports. Yeah. There are these rides in which you have to get an orb and throw it in, or at least get it in the other team's flame until they have no points left. So yeah, it's a weep sport. It really comes down to it being a weep sport. Oh, it's so bad. And won't that be a day? Worst case, we keep failing in the rides and we'll be stuck down here together just like that. Or just like this. I need to read better. The two of you walk on in silence for a time. When at last you return to the wagon, Edwin turns to you again. Thanks for the company. I think I'm better now.
Hey! Oh! He got enlightenment.
How good is that? I want to blow out those candles. No. You and your companions gather at the scribe's gate, where the single narrow trail to the summit narrows even more and falls under an archway carved of stone. Come along now, everyone, and be prepared to speak your minds when you are called. Frankly, most of you still lack enlightenment, but we may pass together. Watch how we act, as with a single heart and mind during the rites. Well then, lead onwards, Davik. Please follow me. Oh wow. Removing his hat, the lone minstrel approaches the gate. You and all the others follow. Ooh. She looks cool. I like that thing. When the last of your companions Near the arch, you notice someone standing high above, who then appears before you. She eyes the lone minstrel first. Is that you, Tariq?
Salutium, Ceres.
Celeste. She watches over Scribe's Gate and seems to be connected to the lone minstrel on the right. Okay. It is. Greetings, Celeste. And how was your rest? Too long. It seems your work has piled up in the meantime. You bring this many to the gate? Hey. Now let us make this quick. She gestures towards the rest of you. Okay, now each of you in turn state who you are and what you seek whilst crossing Scribe's Gate. Do as she says, please, without questioning. Your fellow exiles exchange glances, but quickly comply. I'll start. They call me Headwind the Deserter, and I've come here seeking freedom for myself and my companions. In my case, so I can return to be with the one whom I love. The woman bids him forward. The lone minstrel prompts Rookie to speak up next. Yeah, I am regarded by the name of Rookie Greentail. I just want to get out of here, I guess, with my chums preferably. Go seek Mama back home. Aww, Rookie. I am Captain Jodariel. I have to pronounce her name properly. I do not truly know as yet what I am seeking here. Oh, my name is Bay. And I'm here, I think, because the scribes have called to me. It must be them, because if not, then who?
Oh, Tizo.
Tizo seeks to live up to the Nightwing's legacy and maybe see the Commonwealth someday. He's cute. Sir Gilman of the Sea Dominion at your service. This knight is on a quest to find his honor. He lost it at a certain point. Pamithate. I'm only here because my sister's here. Then, as Wolfhead steps forward, the one called Celeste raises her voice. You, I recognize you from the night wings of the past. You are not clad in the raiments any longer. I would know why. I had my chance already. The Nightwings that now stand before you. I travel with them as a pilgrim. Now. I see. Then state why you are here, as have the others. My name is Wolfred Sandalwood. I seek liberty for each of us, so that one day we all might stand shoulder to shoulder on the other side, and bring our freedom to the people there. She waves him by. Then she turns to you, for there is no one left to go. When they learned... okay. Your youth is gone, but now you thirst for knowledge and earned you a trip to the downside nonetheless. Years of strife between the Commonwealth and the Highwind remnants afflicted you since birth. Try as you might, you cannot make out the details of what life was like in the Commonwealth. I'm just gonna go with this one. You have always sought to understand the world around you. That knowledge proved dangerous in the Commonwealth, but now it has brought you to this point. The one called Celeste continues to examine you, expecting you to add to your response. I want to help my friends. The companions you have met here, who have helped you to survive and to find kinship in the downside. Your priority is to ensure that they achieve their goals. That is all you wish for now. The woman regards you for a time, then nods once and waves all of you by. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwing welcome here. Go forth with glory. And Tariq? Celeste. Be on your way as well. The lone minstrel bows his head and puts his head back. He does not look back at her. Wow. From the top of Mountain Olodil, you can see the distant downside before you. You think on the many thousand leagues you cross to reach this point as the sky grows dim. Yoda! Yoda appears to be prepared for whatever is to come this night. Though it's not yet dark, she's already in her raiments. Edwin joins her, also looking ready. Any sight of Rookie? Not as yet. Complained about chafing at the color of his mask. Our freedom might be hinging on that color then. I'm certain that it is. They share a laugh together. That's cute. They're cute. The three of you exchange glances, but nothing is said. Or needs to be said. Soon, if Wolfred is to believe, one of your companions may regain his or her freedom. Oh god. Hey, what did I miss? Am I late? Is it starting? Is it starting yet? Boy, he's happy. Easy, Rookie. We got a little time. It isn't starting yet. How fare your struggles with your mask, Greentil? Feeling a lot better, thanks. Just had to smash it repeatedly against the wall a little bit. Put some of the old nerves to bed. Yeah, for good measure. Yeah, I'll tell it. So this is really happening, huh? One of us might be getting out of here, like, soon. By dawn, in fact, if all goes well. If all goes well. That's one way to look at it, I guess. What are you getting at, Greentil? Well, it's just, we might be breaking up the band here, people. If one of us gets out, that's been bugging me for a while now. I thought we all were getting out here at once. He shoots a look at you. Some of us, we might not be getting out of here at all. Edwin slams his fist against the wall. No, not if I can help it. We made a promise to each other. Each of us, the 4 of us, we're all getting out of here. I care about the others too, I do. I've been here from the start. I want you to know, my promise is to you, and I believe you'll do the same for me. So, it's like this. If any one of us gets out, great, but it's just a start. We're going to do whatever it takes there on the other side to make it so the rest of us can get back to. What, you think they're gonna build a bridge down here if we ask nice or something? I don't know what it's going to take, I just know we have to try. Yoda turns to you. Hey, reader, we shall find a way. You better. But I like you guys. She nods to reassure you and to reassure herself. Rookie nods his head in turn, and Hedwig's gaze never once falters. Well, my friends, I think it's just about time. Let's go. One by one, they turn towards the door. The fall of Solium awaits, a vital step in your quest for freedom. Yet you feel in your heart that it shall only be the first. Your 3 companions each gain 1 hope for the liberation, right? Steal yourself in turn. I wanna... Oh my god, that's... Okay. The imp, Hope, and we have helped to save my emperor. And when the danger did subside, my emperor, Solium Mur, he said something to me which shook me to the essence of my being. He said, "You gave your freedom so that I may yet have mine. You two now are in exile of the downside. In all the days which I have left, I never could repay the mercy you have shown me. So if I cannot do so in this life, then I shall do it in the next." We crossed the land together, and together with the imp, we gained the company of those who saw in him what I did. Oh, how sweet. What is that? Okay. Yeah, I need that boost. Yeah, let's do it. Is everyone prepared, Hedwin? Yes, though several of us have another question that has been troubling us. You need but ask. You said that one of us is going to return to the Commonwealth if we defeat the Tempers in the raids this night. What happens if we fail? Hedwin, my boy, don't you see? The path to freedom and the path to enlightenment are one and the same. Do you intend to stray from the path? No, he doesn't. He wants to go. Nope, boy. Then you have nothing to fear. But let me be much more upfront with you. Should you be defeated by the Tempers this night, then one of them shall end up going free instead of one of you. It is as simple as that. Wow. What then is to be done? The very same as if we achieve victory. We await our next such opportunity and make the most of it. Tonight our plan is set in motion. We are united in our cause. We shall look as ever toward the stars for guidance and seize upon our future chances, just as they arise. Boy, I need to read slower, because then I might not just stumble over words. So look up, my boy, and set aside your doubts. It is time to take great strides along the path.
Many years have passed since last the Nightwings gained the summit of the sacred mountain and stood upon the fall of Solium. You are to be commended for your guidance, reader, but only if you can prevail in this liberation rite. Here you stand to gain much more than some enlightenment. Your adversaries are none other than the Tempers. I trust they need no introduction.
I've completely forgotten about them.
One among you shall regain their freedom.
The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. I concur, the pyres burn, and yeah. Then, anointed one of the Tempers, come forward now and declare yourself, and pay any respect you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. A massive demon swaggers into view. Boy! He reaches for his mask. Ooh. You know who I am already, but look at what we've got here. The damned Nightwings decided to show up. Almost figured we were never going to see the day again. He takes notice of someone in your ranks. It's Joda. He's noticing Joda, I'm sure of it. Hey, you. Yes. He indicates Joda. She scoffs back at him. Lose the mask. Ain't seen one of her own in ages. Not in these damned robes. Joda's hesitation is almost imperceptible before she moves to remove her mask, just as her adversary asks, "Satisfied?" Ooh, you must be new. Joda soon puts her mask back on. Enough talk. I like you, curly horns. Did he just call Yoda curly horns? I don't like him. Tell you what, once we put out your light, you come along with these guys. We're gonna have a spot open. Only shame is I ain't gonna be around to show you a good time. I really don't like him. I should rather cut out my tongue. Oh, you don't mean that. Our kind, we ought to stick together. Now come on. Ignatius throws his mask back on as his allies snarl at the rest of you. After Nightwings reach the decision on whose behalf they shall conduct this rite. Oh, now I have to choose now. Oh god. This is it. The first companion whom you chose shall be anointed to go free this very night if you prevail. The other two and the triumvirate shall lend their aid. As you may know, only the most enlightened in the rites are eligible to go free. Not all among you may be ready yet. I would have your decision.
Who most deserves their freedom?
Yeah, he's unworthy, she's unworthy. I'm gonna send Rookie. Now let's get me out of here. Very well, then under the watch of the 8 scribes, here are the stakes of this EU's liberation rites. Should the Nightwings prevail, the one called Rookie Greentail shall be liberated. Should the Templars prevail, the exile Ignarius shall go free instead. She then turns to you. Now among the Nightwings shall complete your triumvirate to strive along Rookie Greentail to see his return in glory.
Who shall stand with him?
You got it, reader, darling.
Edwin.
And Hadwin. Sounds good, now let's bring Rookie home. The 8 scribes accept your choice, reader of the Nightwings. Let the game begin. She then indicates to the lone minstrel. Are you yourself prepared, Beric? Celeste. Let us all begin. Been waiting an awful long time to get out of this hole. Try and stop me. Bitch, we're gonna try it. I have someone to fly, which is good. Ah, damn it. Hey! Oh my god. Oh, I love the music. Oh, damn it. This is difficult. Oh, there we go, just run right into it. It really is. Oh my god. You good for nothing Nightwings. Skip out on us for years and years and they show up all of a sudden like you're gonna let somebody out for once. But now we gotta work for it, I guess. Damn it, I used to be the best at this at least, but now the pressure's getting to me. I can't believe it's getting to me. Moira. I doubt you would even recognize me anyway. Come on, Nightwings, let's keep this up. Yeah, we're trying to. Oh my god. Oh no.
Unacceptable.
Ah, damn it. I was so close. No.
Amatha, be gone. One triumvirate stands unopposed. Brilliantly done.
Oh god. One more time. One more time.
It's nearly ended. The orb.
No.
Vanished. There.
Oh god. No! No! It's weird because they had more points anyway.
And there it is.
I did it. I did it.
The Nightwings proved their worth. An outcome which left little room for doubt.
Oh my god, that was awesome.
Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus the scribes have chosen. The exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free. Absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. His adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
What a joke. We should have had this. Nope. You should have had this. Got all rusty. You've been waiting so damn long. Damn it. Damn it. Nightwings. Be seeing you around, I guess. And next time you ain't going to be so lucky. Oh my god. So we got one out. So, well now, I guess I'm just supposed to jump into this waterfall thing back here, and then that's it. Home free? Home free? Whee! Something comes over him then. Now this is Jummy Chums. Don't any of you go thinking you're gonna miss me, yeah? You're gonna do just fine, even without all the lucky green tail there to keep an eye out all the time. Even though the rest of you are just a bunch of slowpokes and all that. Me? I'm going to be so busy drinking myself silly on Commonwealth stock. I'm sure I'm soon gonna forget each and every one of you. You're nasty. But just in case I don't, you be sure and stop by and visit me if you get back there too. Just look for Mama Greentail's shop, right in the heart of town. You can't miss it. So yeah, stop by, say hi. You know, I think I gotta go, so excuse me. He drops into the shimmer pool and disappears within, although you still can hear him going on about something. Well, let me tell you, this is weird in here. Hey, it's starting. Oh, wait. Rookie earned back his freedom. May he return in glory.
Godspeed, Rookie Greentail. The 8 scribes are ever merciful. By their grace, the cycle of the rites may soon commence again.
Well, to meet us soon. I'll be catching up with you at this, whether or not you like it. Oh, I just want to say, mastery. Moving faster. I just want her moving faster. That was it.
Until the rites begin anew.
Okay, so God, this is so weird because I don't know what to do now. Does it changes? After your victory over the Templars in the Liberation Rite, you return to your wagon to decide how to proceed from here. I miss him already. It is quieter now, but hey, we'll see Ruki again if we preserve. Oh no, persevere. Wow, word. Our journey's now begun in earnest. We'll just need to make a few less preparation while we're here. What about the stars? We can afford the time. About that reader, go see for yourself. The night sky over Mount Alodil is much darker than you would have expected. Your thoughts are with Rookie as you look towards the heaven. You gaze into the darkness of night. Seek now your destination. Where? No shores. The stars revealed nothing, did they not? You confirm his suspicion. As it is, as the book foretells, this is the chance we... Okay, we're back. Oh god, okay. Oh, he's there. Okay. Oh. After the Liberation Rite, you find Sir Gilman in an uncharacteristically, wow, what a word, quiet and contemplative mood. He salutes, oh my god, words. He salutes you crisply with his tail. Glory to you, Master Reader, and glory to the noble Ricky Greentail. Long may he prosper in the Commonwealth. and in so doing may he benefit the plan into which we have all been thrust. Then he falls silent for a time. You sense him growing very emotional. In noble Ruki, this knight found a kindred spirit, Master Reader. One of questionable honor, the greatest cunning, and such blinding speed as to befit a minstrel's tale. This knight fears our triumvirate lost something irreplaceable in him. Of course, this knight is also pleased that Ruki has achieved his freedom, very much so. And furthermore, this knight shall now continue training even harder than before. Oh god, what? Oh no, is it doing that again? No, give me a moment, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It's doing the weird thing again, where it just decides that I'm not allowed to show you guys anything that moves. Okay, let's see if this works. I really don't know if this is going to work. Please. Okay. Whew. Ricky Greentail this night shall train on and until such time as he is swifter than the jagged lightnings of the deathless tempest. Oh, yes, it works. Oh, thank God. Now, Master Reader, this knight must beg his leave for you, for it is time, not for his rest, but for his training. Right. Now that he is very grateful for your wisdom and your guidance in these rites, between yourself and Master Ricky, you have instilled within this knight an unshakable resolve. He bows low and bids you a good evening. Okay. Okay. Laughing stuff. What might I do for you? Okay. Oh no, what's on her mind? She's laughing. Well, very kind of you to visit me again like this. Oh, lovely reader. For I was just standing about in the blackness of this void, thinking it would be most pleasant if something were to happen, for a change. There was a long period of time that this incarnation, wow, I'm gonna keep it at that, of mine failed to utterly to do anything but bring me peace of mind. Nothing much of a punishment. I invite you to imagine an upbringing among the Sisters of the Arch. Living on the outskirts of civilization. The word community. Your days are full of training which could kill you, or just cripple you for life. How do you suppose I lost my sight? Through glorious battle with the scribes, or in a careless sparring session with my master? Ah, but I have not forgotten enough just yet. In any case, at first I welcomed the prospect of not having to struggle every moment to survive. But in less than 2 centuries, why, I started to grow terribly bored. It did not help at all that the Nightwings of the early days were the strongest lot you could imagine, obsessed with obeying the book as strictly as they could. Some of them started to remind me of myself, I think, when I was younger. Such idiots. A lot of them. Ah, but what I was saying, lovely reader, I shall not bore you further with such matters. I would have bored myself to death back then, if only I could die. Like so many other things, I think mortality is something oft taken for granted, until it is taken away. So given your mortality, what say that we go back to business here? I wanna do a practice ride. Yes. Certainly, reader, that's why I am here. See you in the blessed book in just a moment. My beyonders shall be waiting. I just want to see what I can do with the people that I have right now. Because I have to start using others. Because I don't have Ruki anymore. Sandra appears and looks upon your fellow exile. You are fortunate you really summoned you, as you could use a little discipline. Now come forward and let us see how capable you are. No enlightenment is awarded. You may train here with your fellow exiles as much as you wish. Press escape to return to Wagon anytime. Perfect. I need to get used to him. Oh, wait, yes. And then her. If you are ready, then that's been clasped you up and we should train with you. Okay. Because I just need to kind of know how my little worm. No! Yeah, I mean, I'm really bad with him. Damn it. But okay. I just wanted to see if I could work with the little worm, and I'm just really bad with him. Your vision returns as the effect of beyond the crystal dissipates. Time seems to have stood still while you experience the vision. Good. Continue. Good morning, my boy. I placed the note. The place I noted earlier. Let me illuminate the way. Okay. A small landing on the dark side of the sacred mountain. Wilfred indicated you can await the next cycle of rides here. Perfect. Sounds like a great idea. The Volfred leads all of you into a calm and quiet clearing tucked away inside one of the mountain's hidden folds. All about you see a variety of strange items and equipment. Okay. You find Wolfred seemingly lost in thought, but then he turns to you. Greetings, reader. This wagon and I, we have many memories together, and I could not help relive some of them just now. I suppose some aspects of my past may be of relevance to you given your role. If there is something you wish to know, you need but ask. I want to know about why the Nightwing disbanded. So let's figure this out. I've been connected to the Nightwings almost since the beginning of my days in exile. They found me in a manner as I understood, quite like how Hedwin and the others found you. Back then it was a smaller group than we have now. I joined an exile called Erisa and another known as Oralech. Once in a while we would let Tiso stand with us as well. He's rather older than he looks. Yeah, but he's cute. And I like him. The other triumvirates we stood against, they feared us. Only the Tempers presented any threat to us in any given right. But there was a terrible accident. Erisa, we lost her. And Oralech, he was my friend. He fell from Mount Alodil. We lost him as well. On the night when he was to be free. Boy, that is so painful. We were reckless, hasty, and I was powerless to stop any of it. I blamed the rites themselves, the circumstances that put us into danger. The downside has claimed many lives, yet it was too much. I vowed never again to don the mask and raiments. I had the Black Wagon cleared and buried, such that it could not be used again. If the Nightwings could rise again, it would be under different circumstances, under new leadership and towards a different purpose. That is all I wish to say for this, my boy. Aww. How rather forward of you, my boy. Most whom I have met during my travels here have been reluctant to approach the subject of one's history before one's exile. Nonetheless, I'm happy to tell you. As a reader, I assume you are familiar with stamping press. Yes. I owned and operated one. I took issue with the Commonwealth, the ban on literacy, the interminable wars against the High Wing remnants. I spread the truth about it all with my machine, under pseudonym, of course. Still, I knew I was putting myself at risk, and sure enough, my stamping press was eventually discovered and burned to the ground. I, however, managed to elude capture for a while, but not for long enough. Here in Downside, a chance upon the Nightwings, who were searching for a reader. In that respect, my past, I think, is similar to yours. Anyway, that's the long and the short of it. That's actually kind of interesting. Was there anything else? Yeah, the minstrel. Tariq was there with the Nightwings when they took me on. His manner has always been much as how you've seen. Although he's somewhat more cheerful now than I recall back then, if you can believe that. I think our plan has sparked a little fire in him. He serves the rights in the Nightwings. I have tried to ask him of his past before, but he seems rather reluctant to speak of it. Though it is plain that he is not from around here. This being the downside, I respect his wishes for some privacy. Nonetheless, although I do not know too much of him, I could count him as a friend. I lost track of him for some time, though it was he who first informed me that the Nightwings had returned. He and Tiso were instrumental in our meeting. It's been good to see him doing relatively well. Anyway, was there anything else you wish to talk about for now? Yeah, just excuse me. Good rest. Likewise to you, reader. Be well. A baby. Let's bite or tie. Everyone, the amenities are modest here at Moonlight Cove. But I suggest that you get comfortable. We may be here for some time. As for myself, I have some business to attend. Please leave the wagon in my care. For now, it shall be ready when you need it next. From the mountaintop you can see all across the downside. It's impossible expanse staring back at you. The thought, of course, occurs to you that you may never see another land beside it. And so you and your companions wait upon the mountaintop in quiet solitude, anticipating when the cycle of the rides begins to turn again. Then you shall have another opportunity to free one of your own. You may earn back their freedom one by one. Many moons pass. Is that it? Then one evening.
It's gonna go faster, right?
May I have a moment, reader? The lone minstrel finds you poring over the Book of Rites, as has been your leaning through your stay at this abode, begging you pardon, but there is something you may wish to see. Please follow me. You follow him into the cold night. Look forward, reader, sir. The stars shine like you've never seen. Once more the path towards salvation is revealed, but now something's different. Okay. Something is different. Each prior time you searched the stars, they showed to you a single path, but now several rites avail themselves to you at once. Oh my god, I can choose my path. That's pretty awesome actually. So I have 3 to choose from. I'm to do the Midnight Star. The stars urge that we go to Carn of Hope, a long way off. You know full well that the preparations are complete. You think you see the long minstrel smile, ever faintly, but don't be sure. Please ask the others to gather their belonging, rest, and then assemble at the wagon. There at dawn, we should be departing at that time, as you wish, sure. The cycle begins anew. As the years advance, you will find there ought be fewer rites, this time until once more we are to traverse Scribe's Gate. Exactly how many is difficult to say, but our next chance at liberty ought present itself much sooner than before, so let's be ready for it. Now then, see you in the morning, reader. Your companions have not travelled far from Moonlight Cove. Word of the news soon spreads throughout the group. Let's continue with the journey. Wolfred got everyone together before the black wagon. This old wagon is more than it appears. With Bertrude's aid, it escorts you across the sea to me. Now it shall escort us anywhere the stars require. Come and see. Okay, let's go into the wagon. Oh, can we teleport now? Something has changed about the wagon's interior. What looked before to be an old cracks and signs of age now expose various intricate components once hidden from view. You are the Nightwings. You should travel in their customary way. He turns to you, indicating levers and device marked with some symbols from the book. Now, reader, whenever you're ready, you may take us up. I'll show you how. And everyone else, hang on to something. Are we gonna fly? Oh my god. What's with my mouse? Oh my god. After having sought through the sky, the black man remains alone somehow. What's with my mouse? Hold up. That's just weird. Impossible. Never thought I would soar like this again. Oh, by the scribes. The Nightwings sail the skies again. Wheresoever the stars may call for them. There is one catch. The downside provides few locations suitable for landing. Though we should be able to find at least a couple landing places near to where we are going. We'll then make way by land or sea towards our destination. Oh boy. Now without further ado, let us proceed. The Blackwing can fly. Okay, I'm just gonna disconnect my mouse for a moment. Seek landing near the... Okay. I'm glad I can use my arrows because my mouse is like not working. The forbidding garden of hope lays below that many axles see fit to cross beyond it. Some fear that the listless remains of Shag's 6 shoulders shall snatch them up if they attempt to cross. Others simply do not want to pass through the flagging hands. You know its true significance as we do, although your adversary, the accuser, should be on their way. Now, soon you shall confront them once again. Okay. Boy. My mouse... Oh, my mouse is working again. Well, that's not my mouse, but okay, let's... Oh, God, it was because of the flying. Okay, you touch down in the heart of Dromore Valley, where first you face the Fates and the Dissidents. You briefly wonder where they might be now and how they fare. You join your companion for a routine inspection of the wagon following its flight. Tiso confirms the wagon's will withstood the shifting temperature and still appear to be in reasonable shape. Pamita managed to calm some of the drive-imps prone to dizziness or frenzy at high altitude. Other than that, everything checks out, and the rest of the crew got through the flight without complaint. You now have little time before having to set forth by land. Ooh. I want to read, actually, partial. Oh my god, that is so much. I will read this another time. I don't feel like doing that. Awesome. Okay, here we go. Gilman is shivering there after the black wagon's maiden voyage through the sky. Master Reader, this knight is very, very slightly out of sorts, is all. He merely appears terrified, but he assures you that his seeming cowardice is but an optical illusion in this case. Pamita overhears and joins you. Flying's not for everyone, Sir Knight. This knight heartily concurs, though how anyone at all can stand it, he has yet to understand. Well, let's see. What it's like to swim in the water of the Sea of Dominion. Ah, the glorious murky waters engulfed in hideous warfare, to be sure, but otherwise a joy to cut across, to feel the coolness of the waves beneath one's keel slits, and the like, though this knight is now accustomed to the life above the surface. Flying's just the same, Sir Knight. It resists those of us not born to it. I, in turn, have wondered what your seas are like, but the thought of swimming fills me with disgust. Girl, I am loving you. Though I haven't had to swim, and you now have to fly. It's very brave of you, and you handled it better than some harp fledglings I've met in my day. You'll get used to it. She departs, but you sense Sir Gilman is feeling better after the exchange. Yay. Okay, you are searching. How can I help you? You have a scrap trial. Let's see. You okay? Oh, you must mean that nomad boy. So innocent, that one. I should have a lot of work to do with him. Then let us bring him forth. Hey, my friend, what's going on? Buddy, old pal, let's go do this. Let's see how good I am with headwind. The apparition Sandra appears and unfastens her mask. Listen well, boy, you answer to me here. Understood? You are a fool, do not talk back to me. Your reliance on your friends is such a burden upon them. Let us see what you can do without their aid. Save for that of your lovely reader there. Oh god. Oh damn it. No, 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 no. Oh god. No! Damn it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh my god. No, they're gonna get it. That's difficult. Oh my god. That is really tough. How? No! Oh my god, it's so close. No! Oh god. No, it's so rude. Oh my god. I'm not even doing that badly for me. Damn it. No! I'm gonna lose this one. I was... yeah, I'm losing. This is tough. I should not do that anymore. Okay. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. No! Oh god. And there we go. Why not? Oh my god, no. Why? This is so difficult. I hate it. No! Oh my god, I jumped up to the circle. I'm done. I'm done. That did not go well indeed. I would say not to waste my time, boy, but the truth is that my time is there for you to waste. Summon me when you are feeling more prepared. We can do better. Look, I knew this is going to be hard. But I didn't know what to expect, to be really honest. I didn't know it was going to be this hard. Dude, damn it. Come on. Oh, I couldn't throw it. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. No! Damn it. Why am I so bad at this? This is hard. No. This is just so rude. How? Yeah, I'm gonna lose again. No. No. Damn it. How? Yeah, no. Why am I so bad at this? Damn, that's hard. It really is hard. God damn it. Okay. Well, that was difficult. Noah seems very much inclined to exploring the blistered environment here, except for Bay, who is more upbeat even than usual. Ah, hey, thank you, Unicorn Queen Gaming. Yay! All of the lurking. Let's see. A sacred path in mud cleanses the mind, at least I think it does, but come look, come look. She draws you by the hand towards one of the muddy pits and jumps right in, laughing. At first you're put off, and yet her joy is infectious. Soon you are in better spirits as she is. You return together to the wagon, and you find yourself with time and motivation to pursue your vocations. Yay! Let's go do this. Let's go, answered Big Boy. This knight shall be your eager protege. Sir Gilman gains a somewhat stronger grasp of how to be better past the celestial orbs through strength of will and trust in one triumvirate than through dexterity alone. He nods in understanding. Hey! Oh my god. What's up? You're adorable. Great wisdom clouds over this knight's entire consciousness. Oh, they are both really nice. I think that this one is maybe more helpful. I don't even know. When this knight grasps the orb, his instincts then take hold, spurring him to greater feats of glory. Yes. Continue. And this is where we have to go. Oh, Bay. Bay seems to be talking to the wagon's wall again. Though this time something seems to have come over her. Little brother, what's wrong with me? What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? You are unsure whether to check in with her or leave her be. No, get her attention. Though Bay is clearly capable of surviving on her own, you do worry for her, and in this case make an attempt to reach out to her. Oh, hi, mister. I didn't think I saw you there just now, and so my little brother here and I were just talking for a little while. Well, I was the one doing the talking, while my little brother, he's just a wagon well, so he cannot respond. He cannot respond, but he can listen, and he listens really well. Now I would like to get back to my conversation here with him, if you don't mind. And you're welcome to stay though, if you like. It seems Bay is doing alright after all. Leave her be. Glad you excuse yourself giving Bay and your little brother a good rest of the afternoon. Oh, okay. Then, bye, mister. She wanders off in spite of your attempt to let her carry on without further interruption. What's this? Hey, that's funny. But the book has like so many more things. So Forsaken Lands, Drummer Valley, Mount Alodil, Celestial Landmarks, Garnet Highway, The Book of Rises. I really. Rogue Color, Emperor Collapse, Down the River. Okay. No, nothing for now. It's just. Let's go to the right. Here among the rocky paths in the cairn of Hope, you await the signal of the stars. There is no sign yet of your expected adversaries, the accusers. Then the little imp Tiso flutters up to you. Tiso cautions you that he has some history with your next adversary, Lendl. Tiso seems to be indicating that Lendl has a personal vendetta against him. Oh. But before he can explain anything further, the stars begin to call you.
Persevering, aren't we? Well then, rejoice, because the cycle of the rites begins anew. Perhaps you'll liberate another soon enough. Your chosen adversaries here shall be the accusers. Reduce their flame to ash, just as you did when last you met. Now, who exactly shall oppose them?
Your companions are assembled and ready for the rites to commence. However, there is still no sign of your adversaries, the accusers. The little imp Tiso screeches something, cautioning you all to stay alert. But then, someone leaps forth from the shadows, grabs his mask. Aha! Called out! You miserable beast! I knew it. After all this time, I knew that you were still among their ranks. Tiso is angry to have stumbled into an apparent trap laid for him by Lendl. Stupid Lendl. Silence, friend. You robbed me of my freedom, my dignity. Your evil shall be ended, here and now, and you Nightwings shall not deny me thus again. Come then, my accusers, for we face again none other than the spawn of the accursed imp, How swallowed. Let us show him now that he is a disgrace. Tiso whistles something angry back at him, whatever transpired between him and Lendl in the past. Lendl evidently has not let go. Yeah? Let us make clear to those fools that we are stronger now than ever. Oh god. Yes.
Who shall stand together here this night?
They have... Oh wow. This is going to be difficult. She of course doesn't want to. And I want to play with him.
Sir Gilman. Very well.
This knight shall not stand out idly. Idly? I don't know. But well, the words, whatever. The wicked thing you serve is an affront. He denied my rightful freedom in my moment of triumph. I shall never forgive him, or any of you. Good to know. We're probably gonna lose, because if this is more difficult, I am...
Commence. The Night Wings thus assert themselves.
Yeah, you have 35 more. Oh. Damn it. We can do this. We can definitely do this.
Poof goes Lendl.
Oh. Damn it.
Magnificent.
Oh, damn it. Oh, I went too fast.
Stand not in glory's path.
Oh, that's nasty.
The orb is loose. A true aimed thrust into the fire.
Let's do this. We are getting so close.
She soared right in.
Yes? Yes, she did? I cannot lose to you again. This cannot be happening again. Yes, it might just as well happen.
Righteous fire.
Yeah, I can do this.
Now end the ceremony. Good.
No!
It is done.
It just went straight. I can't believe this worked.
Their hapless adversaries stood no chance.
I can still do this. This is amazing.
The rite is complete.
Yeah. Tiso is happy.
Tiso is very pleased that you prevailed, but wishes to make a quick exit at this time. Where did he go? Where did he go? That infernal imp. It's a monster in disguise, a fiend. Come forth to torment me until the day I die. Lendl storms off in a fit of anger. Tiso reappears once the coast is clear and expresses his gratitude again. What Lendl said before, if Tiso truly is descended, then he was quite the legacy to live up to.
Bask now in the wisdom of the scribes.
Yay!
Honor is elusive, O Sir Gilman, yet
Look at him being...
is eternal.
It's amazing. So grateful is this knight for such a glorious occasion that he is giving strong consideration to performing, here and now, the forbidden dance of the sea dominion. I keep saying domination. This one, because both are good. Yes, let's go.
Until the stars align.
Yes. Wow, thank you, Stream Elements. It's really helpful. You return to the wagon after you and your fellow exiles defeated the accusers and find Wolfred waiting for you there. Well done back there, my boy. You are serving your companions well. Now then, I have something that I wish to share with you if you have a moment. We have to discuss the plan of which we're all part. I have a means of measuring our progress towards the goal of it. Oh god. I would like for you to have a look at it. First, let's determine where the rides may take us next. Look forward, I expect you shall again see several shining stars, where once you saw but one. You gaze into the darkness of night. Ding. A trick of the eye, or the will of the scribes, who can say? I too once gained this newfound vision many years ago, following my first liberation rite. And I believe only we of the Nightwings have this gift. I realize that, in choosing whom the Nightwings confront in each rite, we in turn influence which triumvirate we face when the time comes for someone to be set free. The object I invite you to use contains further details. Ooh. Okay. Using Wolfred's planner, you may assess your progress towards your ultimate goal, as well as checking the current standing of your adversaries. Wolfred shall keep this information up to date for the remainder of your quest. You may look over it now or any time in the Black Wagon or while searching the stars. Okay. Oh my god. Wow. So I just did the accusers. So we did 9. Oh. I would actually play against Ishlar now. Okay. Where were the others here? Okay, so I'll press T to find. So they are low, but they're rising. Then this is the stairs. Then we have the dog. Oh my god, Chief Red, thanks for the follow. I really don't know what to go for. Let's go for them. Let's go for them. I was not in any hurry to cross paths with Milda again. Turns out she's even worse than I thought, depending on how superstitious you are. He then reveals what he has learned from her and her designs. Oh, the change of music. One of the bog dwellers and head of the withdrawn triumvirate, more interested in legends of Ishlar, the astral born, than in the rites. Her kind was known to be reclusive in the Commonwealth, yet she was brazen in her disdain for common values. She practiced the unspeakable. Wow. Somehow one day, her research into flammable reagent grew into an obsession with Ishla, despite widely held belief that he is dead or never did exist. But Udmilde held that Ishla is merely dormant, and shall someday be reborn with newfound hunger, which could only be sated by devouring the world. Then at last could Ishla return to his glorious home, and Udmilde would go with him. Wow. When Commonwealth officials showed up to take Udmilde in for spreading unrest, she was all too eager to comply. After all, a sentence to the downside meant being that much closer to Ishla's resting place, where she believed she had much work to do, where the withdrawn stood ready to assist. I don't know if we can stop whatever she is up to, but prevailing against her in the rites should slow her down at least. Anyway, good luck getting to sleep. See you in the morning. You bid Hedwyn a restful night in kind. It's too late to take flight, so you expect to press onward come daylight. Page revealed for the accused. What's this? Oh, the planner. Tiso has seemed somewhat less cheerful since his last run-in with Lando and the accusers. He approaches you, wanting for you to hear him out. Tiso seems unhappy about something Lando said to him. Tiso understands full well why Lando was angry with him. Well, Tiso does not like Lando as a person. He recognizes nonetheless that he denied his freedom. Aww. Tiso. It was a liberation rite. He did what he felt necessary. He wanted to help his friend go free. Aww. Nonetheless, he still feels a certain guilt and regrets that the rites force exiles into such a situation. He falls silent for a while. Whether the 8 scribes ever intended for imps such as he to participate in the rites firsthand is difficult to know for certain. Then, Tiso is grateful to you for listening. He knows the scribes created the rites with good intentions. He promises to keep doing his best to live up to the legacy of the scribes. He bounds up into the rafters with some of the other drive imps, regardless of whether he truly is a descendant of how the swallow. Surely the scribes would have been proud of him. That's so sweet, actually. Somewhere a new page got. The rope collar, the Emperor collapse, downriver, more from her, demon, the mercy. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna go to the withdrawn. Let's continue our journey. Yes, because of the flying that that my mouse is doing weird. There we go. Black Basin. Your wagon touches down in Black Basin where you first met Wolfred and Pamitha as well. You briefly wonder at what might have happened had your path not crossed as you consider what to do with the remains of the afternoon. Ooh, rummage with Tiso, yes. Your little imp Tiso's keen sense for things now takes you far into the sweltering confines of Blackshore. Keeping up with him proves difficult at times. All of a sudden he begins to hop and screech. Tiso wants you to help him dig up something right under his feet. You begin to dig in the vicinity and soon uncover something long since buried, perhaps for someone such as you to find. Oh boy, what shall it be? What shall it be? A bright wisp. You sense its hidden power. If Banishwell possesses the orb, the bearer has a chance to automatically pass it. Oh. Let's return to the wagon. And give that to someone. Oh, this is for Lucky. Okay. We found a page. Okay. Let's see what for let's see what for thing we can do with Sir Gilman. A trial for Sir Gilman. You think that dimwit of a worm has any chance? Perhaps you are correct, though I put little stock in him myself. But let's bring him forth. Soon Sir Gilman appears in heat of the summons. Master Reader, is this knight perchance in trouble for something? No. We're just gonna try something out, you know? Let's see how good I am with this, since I'm absolutely did terrible with Hadwin, and I still feel bad about that. Listen well, Worm. You answer to me here. As you will, Your Highness. Your Highness. I like the sound of that. Though flattery shall get you nowhere here. Demonstrate your competence to me, then, Worm. You shall have to do it mostly on your own, though under the guidance of your lovely reader. I trust you are prepared. Of course, Your Highness, this knight accepts this challenge. We're not prepared, because I don't know how difficult this is going to be. I hate this already. Hello. I did bad. That was really bad. Oopsie doopsie. Oh my god, no! I pressed W. I should have got that. BB. Oh my god. I finally did it! That took me way too long. I still don't really fully understand how he works. Oh no. No! No! Come back, come back, come back, come back, come back, come back! No! Damn it. I was starting to realize how it would go. Oh, they baited me. They baited me so hard. No! There we go. This is so difficult for me. I did it! I did it! Oh god. This knight prevails. I have no chance but to concur with the assessment. Worm, your performance was sufficient, and you passed my test. Thus, congratulations are in order to you and to your lovely reader. Now, farewell.
Bye-bye. Bye, Sandra. I love you.
Oh god. Master Reader, this knight is humble after having passed that sorcerer's test. Ah, by the skills of Under King Oreo. What is that you have? Ooh. He jumps farther than usual. Oh, that's awesome. I'm gonna equip him with that. Even though this was really good as well. I'm gonna keep it like this. Is there anyone here talking? Yeah. You observe Tiso rummaging. Oh, I don't know how to say that word. Rummaging? About the black wagon as though in search of something. He nudges you there and rushes up to greet you. Tiso is glad that you're here. He was just rummaging about the old times. But just as quickly he resumes his search. Tiso is looking for something a former exile of the Nightwings once gave him. He is growing frustrated that the object he seeks is nowhere to be found. You almost do not notice the lone minstrel approach. I'm afraid that it's gone, Tiso. I'm very sorry. It's nothing that ought to be cause for much concern. Merely that Tiso has misplaced something of sentimental value for him. It was just a spare bandage he indicates, exactly like the one on his horn. Tiso here has had many adventures with Nightwing. Is that not so, Tiso? He squawks. Squawks in approval. Aww. Those memories shall always stay with you. Is that not what matters most of all? He confirms this as well. And please do not worry yourself about it anymore. It is a symbol of a distant past beside. Tiso soaks away up into the rafters. The lone minstrel watches him go. The object that he seeks does not exist, reader. Tiso searches for it from a fleeting memory of his days with the Nightwings of the past. He performs the regular duties of other drive imps at first, but soon distinguished himself. I was none too surprised. He was clearly special. He had grown close with the other members of the Nightwings when misfortune fell and the Triumvirate fell apart. Perhaps Wolfred has revealed to you more of the details. As for Tiso, I feel he must make peace with the shadows of his past somehow. Perhaps then he shall cease searching. Boy. You need not worry for him, of course. He is resilient, and shall always serve the Nightwings well. You might say that he was born for it. Begging your pardon, reader. The lone minstrel excuses himself in a polite way, leaving you to consider what he said. Okay, I've done enough messing around. Let's continue with the rides. Nest of Trista. I think after this ride... Oh, a messenger imp with news and rumors from the other side comes huffing towards your wagon. Here it leaves and branches of black basin. You let it in and offer it some light refreshment, as Ricky would have done. The imp's message turns out to be about him. You learn Ruki's past transgressions have all been forgiven since his return to the Commonwealth. He even offered a well-appointed home and place of business. It must have represented just the kind of lavish lifestyle that Ruki always claimed to have had for himself and his extended family. Eventually, and somewhat reluctant, however, he refused the gifts. Instead, he tracked down Wolfred's agents and gave them ample information, thus emboldening their rank. The last bit of the message sounds as though it was transcribed word for word from something Ruki said. It simply reads, "The rest of you better get back here soon, or else." So you thank the messenger imp for the report. Soon it has all your companions talking. Tiso is happy to learn that Ricky joined the revolution in the Commonwealth. Ah, the noble Ruki, he sets a shining example unto us. Hard to believe he would have turned down living in that kind of luxury, though maybe he got used to it out here. The days aren't quite so bright without him, though it sounds like he's doing well out there. I think he must be sad to have turned down a house. I hope he isn't sad. It seems that Greentail had himself a conscience after all. The news of Ruki's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with newfound resolve. The messenger imp accepts some scraps to eat from you and rushes off. Your companions gain +1 hope for the next ride. Wish Ruki luck. Yeah, I wanted to say, I think after this ride, it will save, and then I'm gonna see if someone is live. And we can rate them. Anyone here? Hello. Aside from my pages. But I have not too much interest in. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Commence the ride. Though the now familiar surrounding of the nest of Trista made preparations faster than before, the stars are already aflame by the time you and the others are gathered. Here we go. You ready, Bay? Mm-hmm. Blessed by the 8 scribes who created the celestial contest, through which exiles such as ourselves may demonstrate our capacity for faithfulness and strength. You wish them all good fortune in turn. Little less is said, and together you watch the celestial harmony in calm and silence and await the withdrawing. Here we go again, guys.
The stars align, you exiles of the Night Wings. You are returned once more unto the nest of Triesta.
Triesta?
Your
Oh, yeah.
adversaries in the rites this eve shall be the withdrawn. Reduce their pyre to a smolder and step closer to freedom. Now, prepare yourselves.
Previous time you snuffed out Pyre's flame, prevailed this time, all for Isla, no matter the result and no matter the cost. We can take them. Who's up for this one?
Now we shall get started.
I want to start off right adversaries Pyre automatically suffers them. Oh, that is nasty. When flinging the orb into the adversary's pyre, the barrier deals bonus damage. Also bonus damage. Okay, damn, they are so high. I'm almost regretting this.
Go.
Go. I know. I was just checking. I'm gonna need some speed, but
Tizo.
she still refuses. And you.
Edwin. The choice is cast.
I know, Edwin. I know I can count on you. Here as Isla, bring us thy terrible power. I really don't like you.
Now begin.
Oh, I forgot about that. That doesn't work.
Spectacular. Was flung right in.
Yes. There we go. 'Twas of no consequence. We shall awaken him. Try as you might to set us back. A BB.
Ah, yes.
I can still do this.
Nightwing's pyre burns brighter for now.
No!
Flame is
Damn it.
stricken.
Boy, that does a lot of damage as well.
The Nightwings seem to be falling behind.
Oh no.
That was exciting. The orb. The orb has left your
No.
clutches.
Oh man. I'm gonna lose this one.
That's it. The imp did it.
Yes, he did. Oh.
Thrust
Dude.
straight into your flames.
Damn it.
One careless step.
Oh man.
Such a display.
How? At least we have two.
Poor exile. Onward thus to greater glory.
Oh my god. I don't really like this one.
You'll have to do better than that. Verily.
Oh god. This is pretty difficult.
More than a lick of flame remains. Quite an exchange.
No. Oh.
Done.
That was so bad.
Withdrawn prevail.
That was
They somehow managed
really
to
bad.
skate by despite their adversaries' efforts. Perhaps your fortune shall be better next time. Hmm?
Damn it. You and the Nightwings may have experienced your first defeat, but this is not the end. Rather, this is an opportunity for you and your fellow expels to press onward. Tiso, for example, learned a valuable lesson this night. Valuable lesson is a rush of enlightenment gained from surviving a tough situation more than only this one time. So too has Pamitha, not in spite of the setback with withdrawal, but because of it. And Hatwing is no exception. He has gained more insight here as well. Your fellow exiles all shall gain enlightenment and learn and grow from what transpired. And your story shall continue, which I already knew. The choice of whether to accept such outcome now and all throughout your quest is to be yours alone. Boy, this is a pretty sad ending then if I'm gonna rate someone with ending on a freaking loss. Yeah, each love grows stronger now to darkness we return. Bitch. Tiso expresses his regrets and takes his defeat rather personal. Don't. Boy, have to be more careful.
There is much to learn from this experience.
Yeah, I know. No matter what anyone says, I refuse to think that there is some sort of limit to one's understanding of all this.
us on toward greater understanding.
All in all, having to unlearn everything I've learned is going somewhat faster than expected. This one. Yeah.
Until the next rite.
That was a sad loss though. But that was difficult. I was having quite some trouble there. Not sure why or what I could have done different, but hey. After the Nightwings failed the rite against the Withdrawn in close contest, you return to the wagon to recover and plan your next move. The time has come to search the stars again and determine where the rite shall take you next. The stars yet shine for you reveal various paths forward. You gaze into the darkness of the night. We have Ores, Jomer. Okay. There's Ores, Militha, and Jomer. Now for who are they all? I forget. Doggo, Tree Guy. I want to go here. Okay. So we're to have another brush with Tamitha. Perhaps she'll spare me yet another moment of her time. She's here because of me and I'm here for her. Tamitha then tells you more of your next adversary, her blood sister. Tamitha Thay, a harp of the Highwing remnants, raised from birth to excel in outwitting and outmaneuvering her enemies. She seems driven by her hatred for the Commonwealth. After retreating to the mountains centuries ago, the harp refused to join the Commonwealth, and those old tensions boiled over into raids or skirmishes or all-out wars. Flight tacticians such as Tamitha gave the Highwing remnants a swift and powerful military presence to this day, despite the harp's small numbers. She once hatched ambitious plans to overthrow the Commonwealth, breaching its defenses so her sisters could rain down untold destruction. On the darkest night of the year, she led a daring infiltration mission deep into her enemy's lands. It almost worked. However, she was betrayed by someone very close to her. Someone branded a Commonwealth sympathizer, Tamitha, her own sister. That's pretty brutal though. Tamitha was caught, clipped, and subsequently exiled as a prisoner of war, but being trapped within the downside only stroked her fury. I wound up in here not too long afterwards. Anyway, it's complicated what happened between us. What I did for her own good. And that of all our sisters. Though I'm beginning to doubt that Tamitha will ever see it that way. We'll see, I suppose. But for now, I would best try and catch what sleep I'm able. Pleasant dreams then, darling. You bid a good night to Tamitha in turn. No time now to make flight preparations though. Though come morning, the Black Wagon will press onward. And it's safe, but I am gonna see if I can talk with someone, which I can. Hedwin? Is it because we lost? The BB? Please. You can tell something is troubling Hedwin from the moment you approached. You're not the only one either. Looks like a case of broken heart to me there, reader darling. Trust me on that one. Hedwin overhears. It's nothing. I think all the travel's catching up with me is all. You don't make much of a liar, Hedwin darling. Now then, let's have her name. Or his. That obvious, is it? That obvious. Now, go on. Edwin hesitates a while. And then, her name was Fikani? Oh, Fikani. What? That's a harp name. Yes, she's from the mountains, same as you. Oh, do they know each other? That's so awesome, though. You don't mean Fikani Shen, do you? We feared her loss in the court. You know her? Oh god, I just want to substream, but this is too good. Come on, Hedwin, how many of us harps do you think there are? Your Commonwealth has been rather successful scarring my Scarring? Killing. Oh my god. But yes, Fikane, Shang, and I had spent some time together in the past. Flown a few sorties now and then. We were in different units though. She was weird, if I recall. She said as much to me, but what happened to her? When you were sentenced, it was about a year after me, was it? So maybe. She was alive and well when last I saw her. Got back from the Gorg with a few scrapes and some good information. Granted, that was several years ago. Who knows what could have happened since. Though I must say, she never mentioned you. I'm impressed you managed to keep secret your relationship. She could have gotten herself into some real trouble. You keep her secret too, please. Oh, don't worry about me down here. I'm in no position to betray any more of my people. And besides, I like fucking Fikani. Damn it, more names. And you're not bad either. Wow, this is rather sweet. We are? Yes. Okay. I'm just gonna start this thing over again. Oh my god. Okay, yes, it's stable now. Good. Good. I'm sorry, Hedwin, I wasn't trying to make light. I wish that I could tell you more about her, though I think that you must know her better than I do. Yeah, look, I'm sorry too. I didn't mean to get on your case about it. It's just I don't like to talk much. I don't like to talk about it much. It's a lot to have to explain. I understand completely. So then, now that the awkward introductions are out of the way, could you tell me any more about what she was like? Aw. Well, let's see. They continued talking for some time about Fikani and about how such a relationship would have been seen in both the Highwind Remnants and Commonwealth. For Hedwin, just knowing that Fikani still lives, there goes Stream Elements, or at least that she was still alive after his exile, lifts his spirit. Anyhow, if you get out of here, or I get out of here, I have to seek her out. If I go first, I'll let you know. I will let her know you're in one piece and thinking of her still. Thanks, Pamitha. That means a lot. Don't mention it. As the conversation winds down, they bid you and each other a good evening and go their separate ways. Hi, hello. I'm literally about to end stream. I just wanted to finish that conversation. Oh god. Welcome. I'm sorry. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I'm getting really tired. Ah, thank you for follow. Thank you. I stream every now and then, not too much. Like I think 2 times a week, and then sometimes like today, just 4 hours. I do. Might not be able to pinpoint from I know you from this, but hell yes, I do know your name. Oh god. I was gonna see if maybe from the stream team people are yes, See, I know your name. I was gonna see if maybe from my stream team someone was live and then go rate them. Because after 4 hours of playing this game, my brain is kind of dead because I have been reading every single word and it is so much to read. So give me a moment.